All right. All right, guys. Call your buddies, tweet them, let them know we're coming in hot with an interview with Sam Light. Hopefully, some of you guys have been waiting around, saw the tweet or saw the webcast showing that we've got a special guest in the booth. And just moments away from that, just want to give you a quick update on our racing. We're still under hold and waiting for conditions to improve. So hopefully around 2:30 we will have an idea of what's going to be happening further out through the afternoon. But in the meantime, we've got the man of the hour, the 1:45 hour here, coming into the booth. So we'll be right back with Mr. Sam Light. All right, and we're back. See if we can get us both in shot. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I've got Sam Light, Steez Master, Style Master from the UK, O'Neill team rider. Sam, how's it feel to be at a competition that I know you haven't been at a an event like this, a PKRA event, in a long time. How's it feel to be back?
Yeah, I'm actually really stoked to be here, and I'm pretty stoked O'Neill have decided to back an event like this, and make a world event happen, and do it so well. So that's pretty cool. I'm really enjoying competing again, actually, just because it was like 2.5, 3 years ago the last time I competed, and I only ever did a few events. So it's really interesting to come back onto the scene after only really briefly experiencing it before, and then going away, learning a lot about my riding and the industry, and then coming back to the events and seeing where they are now. And it's amazing to see how much it's developed and changed, and the riders have developed. Especially with the new format, I think that's one of the main reasons why I decided to come back, apart from it being an O'Neill event. I was kind of looking for an excuse to come back, really, and sort of test myself, because it's a lot easier to withdraw rather than put yourself back on the line again. So I just decided that I've got to go for it, and I think it might not be my last one this year. I might even come to Venezuela, and I've really enjoyed this one. So, and with the new format, I just thought I was learning so much every heat about how you can score more points and what tricks do what, and seeing the other heats. So I've only actually had 3 heats here, and I think every heat that I do with the new format is gonna help me learn a lot more about how to do well.
Yeah, I mean the scoring format really changes the whole game. Really, you have to think through everything, and a lot of these guys are, slowly changing their strategies, and so you can tell the guys who have kind of, figured it out a bit in their head, realizing that they got to get some points on the boards and go forward from there, because there's some people riding that halfway through the heat, they're still struggling to get a solid trick point on the board. So that's cool that you've kind of learning as you go, like each heat, getting some of that. But so what have you been up to lately? I mean, I know we saw the video Island Time that you did with Andre and Jake down in Antigua. How was that experience for you?
Yeah, that was actually probably one of the best trips I've ever done, going to Antigua. It's just like paradise, and Dre and Jake have got the setup. They've got the rails always there, and it was really fun. And then after then, I've actually been really busy. But just lately, I've just got back from Maui. I was there for the product shoot, so that was a couple of weeks ago. And then even last week, I was actually in Tarifa, staying with Alex. After Maui, I was at home for a few weeks and saw the forecast was good down in Tarifa. So I knew I was coming here, and I thought, what a better way to actually speak to the guys about the comp and get some riding in, with the man who's making it happen at the moment. So it's pretty cool to go down there. We didn't get that lucky with the conditions. I was there for 8 days, and we had like 4 days of wind, and most of it was cloudy and rainy anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of early for Europe anyways to be locked in with a solid wind pattern. But how is it in the cold water for you, in the cold conditions? Are you pretty used to this, being from the UK? I mean, I know you've spent a fair amount of time in warm climates. Is it easy to come back into those cold conditions that you were once accustomed to?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps. And another thing that I have been trying to do lately is, when I've been at home, getting out of the water as much as I can, especially before this event, because I knew the conditions were going to be similar. So I mean, obviously the warm conditions are easier and more fun, because you're not getting cold. Who likes being cold? Right. But I think growing up and learning to kite in England is a big advantage, because I think the thing about England is that you get so many different conditions. You don't always get perfect conditions. You see, like the guys from the DR and Brazil, they ride perfect conditions every day. And the truth is, like places like Holland and England, they breed such good kiters because the conditions aren't perfect, and you actually have to go and ride in less than average conditions. So I think that makes you a better all-round rider.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think that that's one of the main reasons that Holland, in particular, has such a strong breed of kiter that's coming out of here. But definitely the UK as well. Have you? What's going on in UK? Is there any hot new young riders aside from geez, I mean, I haven't seen any new breeds come out, you know, in a while. I mean, Ali was riding well for a while and showing up, and then of course, what's his name, Crazy Man, one of your buddies from the UK. I forget who the other. Yeah.
Lewis, yeah.
Lewis Craythorne. Yeah, Lewis. And I mean, since that wave, I haven't come across like any new kids that are really pushing it. Is there anyone that you've seen coming up from your home turf?
Yeah, you know, there's been a big sort of, obviously us doing like the free ride kind of project. That, you know, there's a lot of riders following that route at the moment. And I think because we've been doing that, I think other riders from the UK have also been inspired to sort of not follow that route, but, you know, see what you can do down that route as well as competing. And actually the English Tour is a great place for young talent. And there's a young kid called Ollie Bridge, who's obviously Steph Bridge's son, who's like 11 years old. And, you know, right now he's looking like he's got a pretty bright future.
Give me one sec here. Yeah. Close the door, please. Yeah, Ollie Bridge and his brothers have been pretty phenomenal riders. Did you see that video that they put out, like the three brothers or something?
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of what we need to take our sport to the next level, is that really young competitive edge, you know, and that's the perfect way. Three young brothers with their mum, who's, you know, great coach and role model, is what you need to breed good kiters. So it's going to be interesting to see how they develop. You know, whether they go into racing, freestyle, because I've heard they shred at everything. So, you know, who knows what path they'll choose. You know, I mean, maybe they're too early, maybe they'll get burnt out, and by the time they get 20 years old, they'll be over it. They don't want to kite anymore, but hopefully not, you know, after having a good upbringing and always competing and being on the scene. I think those boys are going to be around for a long time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's on the topic of kind of taking the sport to different places. You've definitely kind of, you know, taken your path, kind of the free ride route, and, you know, focusing on wake style and sliders, which is amazing. And it's cool to have seen a lot of other riders do that as well. A lot of the guys that you normally ride with. But, you know, on the other side of that, we've got the Olympics, the kiteboarding coming up onto the Olympics, which is kind of, you know, very different discipline within our sport. How do you think that, do you have an opinion on what that's going to do for the sport?
Yeah, that's a very hot topic at the moment now. And, you know, I who knows? I think only time will tell. And, you know, there's a lot of different reasons for, you know, some people were saying that it ruined windsurfing going into the Olympics, and even some of the races here aren't sure they're happy with it, you know. You know, a lot of people don't like the control. Kitesurfing's, you know, all about freedom, and we all kite and we don't surf or wakeboard or do the other sports that are similar, because kitesurfing gives you the freedom and so diverse. So you can just go out in any conditions and waves, flat water. So I think, you know, having such a big governing body and you know, a lot of people are saying that having such a tight thing and them keeping control on it may not be a good thing, or it may be. I mean, when I first heard about it, I was stoked because, you know, I'm passionate about seeing the sport grow and bringing more people to it, and, you know, it's just, in my eyes, it's going to have more money for events. You know, governments will hopefully back it more. So, I mean, if that stuff happens, it'll be great. But who knows about the other stuff? I think in this kind of economy, in this day and age, that any kind of publicity or any support is good. So who knows what the Olympics do? Yeah. It's a long time away.
So on the racing topic, have you tried it? Have you ever ridden one of these boards?
I have, actually. Like on the product shoot when there's no wind, I was taking them out, and it's pretty hard, but so much fun. I remember being like, I was the only kiter out on Maui, right out the back of the reef, like you could barely even see the beach, and I was just blasting along, cruising out wind, and I thought that was pretty cool. If I was there sat with my tunes cruising along, I'd be a happy man. And before I kited, I used to race dinghies. Yeah, so I think the sailing aspect still appeals to me a lot. And when I'm in the UK, I sail a lot. You know, my family has a big sailing background, and we have lots of boats, and I spend the whole summer in the water and sailing. So I think, yeah, I actually really enjoy racing sailboats and do a couple of races a year. So I don't know. I might do it when I'm over freestyle, like everybody. You can't really do both anyway, can you?
Yeah.
And I also believe in, if you're going to do one thing, you got to stick to it and try and do it the best you can. So I think trying to split it across two would be hard, because I think to be a competitive racer, you're going to have to train a lot. And to be a competitive freestyler in this day and age, you've got to train a lot as well. So I'm definitely going to spend some more time out there on a race board, but whether it'll be in the next few years, who knows?
Yeah. Well, what's next? We've got this tour. You said you might maybe consider doing another event, maybe going to Venezuela. Any plans for hitting up the Rosham event in Hood River again?
Yeah, I'll be there for sure. Hood River is one of my favourite places, and the Rosham is just a really, really fun event. In fact, on Monday, the day after this event, I'm heading down to the south of France for the Slider Party, which is an open event that has wakeboarders and kiters. It's going to be really good, and a lot of the guys here actually really want to come, and a lot of them are coming down, so it's pretty cool to see the crossovers, you know. Yeah. PKRA riders being stoked to go to a slider event, and slider guys being stoked to come to PKRA, so maybe we'll just merge the gap closer and closer and see what happens. And then after then, it's the Triple S, which is like literally 2 days after that ends, so I've got a pretty busy schedule. And then as soon as the Triple S ends, if I do go to Venezuela, then I'll see you there. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I definitely hope that you make it to another one of the PKRA events. It's been good watching you kind of progress through your career, and definitely good to see you excelling in the path that you've chosen. And yeah, always a pleasure to sit down and talk with you. So best of luck in the remainder of the event and in the future. And we'll definitely hope to see you at the PKRA event in Venezuela.
Cool.
All right, Sam, thanks a lot.
It's been good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that is Mr. Sam Light from the UK, shedding some light on everything, really. All right, he's going to head back to the Riders Lounge and finish his nap that we woke him up from. So anyways, that's Sam Light from the UK, Style Master and wakeboard extraordinaire. He's one of the guys riding wakeboard boots here, and definitely killing it in the boots, in the park, and on the flat water, and pretty much anywhere he goes. Super cool guy, very humble, and definitely fortunate to have him here at the event. So we'll look forward to more from him on the water as we hopefully get some more wind to finish up our double elimination. He made it through the singles, and actually I think his heat is one of the next rounds, so stick around for that. On deck we have race number 3 that we're waiting to try and get through, waiting for the conditions to improve, but as you can see here, it's pretty glassy out there, but we've got a squadron of stand-up paddlers out there, and the waves are actually pretty decent. I mean, it's like waist-high, little glassy, but some nice open faces. Saw some nice rides happening this morning, and it's making me a little jealous. I could actually use a little session myself. But in the meantime, I will send you off and keep you posted on what's happening throughout the day. Please stick around. We'll be updating the live stream with the next announcement times and the next possible time start. And as you know, this is Holland, and conditions can change very quickly. So although we don't have a ton of wind right now, I would not be surprised if within a span of the afternoon we saw some contestable conditions for at least another race. But in the meantime, stick by us, and thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you soon.
個個好唔同。你閪聲啊！可以打翻。
Kiteboarding. Ja, want dat maakt de windrichting uit. Ja, en je hebt boeien, deze twee boeien, en dan maak je twee boeien met de punt naar beneden, naar elkaar toe. Dan is het volgens mij west, dan is het een W. En dan is het, als je die boeien aan de westkant goed rond. Dat zou in dit geval kloppen. Nee, als je binnen wil komen, ga je westkant houden. Ik denk dat dat de moeite is. Maar je hebt ook met zwart, geel, wit en dan is het andersom. Ja. En dan heb je ook nog wat gekomen. Ja, dat wil ik wel. Maar jij hebt zo. Ja. Nee, maar dat je doet er nooit wat mee, maar. Dat volgt vanzelf geweldig. Ja, dat is wel weer vergeten. Ja, ik ben ook niet. Ik kan het onder van de ijsbaan. Ja, ik ken het eerlijk niet. Ja, ja, ja. De lucht is in. Kijk, dat mag hier.
with the experience, but there will be a next one with a 3:30 with the first possible start at 4 o'clock. This is also for all the freestyle competitors and footwork competitors. Hopefully you will play a little more tight to pick up a little more programs and techniques on the beach during this new PKRA World Cup in 30. zien waarom die nog veel leuker, hier in de blauwe wekking met de zaken is de grote man van de weg die zaterdag gaat optreden, Slender. Onze lokale volksvereniging. Die gaat zaterdag de hele week naar de tent op de kop zetten hier in Kiteboarding. Ik ga de blauwe wekking en daarna gaat bij iedereen die techniek is. Mocht je nog geen kaart willen voor vanavond, dan ben je niet voor aan te bekijken. Echt nog steeds dat je niet doen met de avondavond hier in de grote tent. Ja, helemaal opgezocht. Kom hier. Met een mooie hekken van net niet aan. Het is wel erg bij.
Dat is waar. Ja, die denk ik en dat je dit komt. Ja, en dat is inderdaad. Nee?
Dan moet je ook over de stroom in de Zeveningen. Ik denk niet vaak over de Wilsburg en Vlaal.
Ja? Oh, die is geweldig. Dat is fantastisch.
Dat is zo fijn om te lekker met je Kiteboard te slepen. Ik zie een klikje, ik heb iemand die weet dat ik vanavond over kan maken.
Ja, nu is het natuurlijk. Allee, ik zit al.
Nee, het is een kamping.
Heb je hier ook?
Ja,
Zijn hier ook snacks? Nee hoor,
je die camera hebben?
Die camera wil ik best wel.
Nou, dan mag ik niet. Kijk.
Thank you.
All right. You guys still hanging out, waiting around for this next race. Thanks for hanging in there. We've got conditions improving here on the race course, and we have a tentative start time just updated from our race director, Olaf O'Toole, Von Toole, forget which one, of 4:40. But we've already gotten through one of the races today. It was a pretty interesting event that we had, that second race for the event, and we're looking for improving conditions right now with the wind turning side shore, so definitely more favorable. Be able to get our competitors coming in a little bit closer to the beach, so we'll be able to keep our finger a little bit tighter on the action and bring it to you much more up close and personal than we could with that last offshore race. So if you're just joining us, just to bring you up to date with the results from that first race, we had Ricardo Lecese from Colombia winning first place, and bear in mind these are unofficial results. I know we have a few protests from some of our riders, so these are unofficial results, but crossing the finish line first was Ricardo Lecese from Colombia, followed by Rolf van der Vloot from the Netherlands, Julien Kerner in third, Oliver Danson from France in fourth, Alvaro Cadena from Colombia in fifth, followed by Brian Lake from the US in sixth, Ivan Doronin from Russia in seventh, and little Ozzie Smith from the Republic of South Africa in eighth, followed by Dirk Hanel. So a big upset for Mr. Adam Cook, who's definitely a usual face on the podium and finishing usually first, second, and third. In most of his races, he had a rough go of things and ended up swimming for a while. And I think he finished later in the fleet, although I don't know if it was in time or not. So I believe that's one of the protests that's outstanding. So we'll have to wait for those results and then get the updated posting from our race director. In the women's fleet, we had Katja Roos, who's definitely no stranger to first and second place finishes. She blew I think she miscalculated how far she should come in on the inside, and took a few waves on the head and lost her board and was unable to cross the finish line, although she had quite a big advantage over the other competitors. So she ended up in third place with Nuria Goma from Spain taking the first spot, followed by Jessica Sickinger, and that is pretty much the fleet of women that we have here. But it looks like we've got little Ozzie Smith. No, it's Rolf van der Vloot from the Netherlands heading out onto the water here to check the conditions. So once that happens, we'll have a better idea of what's going on. But I just want to give you guys a heads up to stick around. We've got more action on the way, and we'll keep the board updated as we get the official start time from our race director. All right, so there you see it on the screen. We've got race number 3 starting at 4:40, and our freestyle next announcement at 5 o'clock. So we are definitely confirmed for a 4:40 start. Looks like we've got pretty decent racing conditions on the course. Riders are taking out 13-meter kites. We've got Julian Carnaire out there on that white kite, followed by, looks like Rolf Vandervloot rigged down from a 17 to a 13, so definitely good conditions for racing. I think that's kind of an ideal kite size for a lot of these guys. So we are moments away. Well, actually, we've got about 20 minutes until the start, but we've got competitors on the water preparing their gear and getting ready to begin this race number 3. They've all been sitting around most of the day, kind of waiting. We got that one race off, but these guys are itching to get on the boards and show the other competitors what they've got. You can see Rolf heading out there in the water right now, and just outside you can see right there, that is Julian Carnaire just practicing on a downwind reach, and was just lit and kind of out of control, but you get an idea for the conditions out there. I just got report that we're looking at 12 to 17 knots, so very good conditions for racing, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them increasing as we go through this race. So I'm not sure if we're going to knock out a couple races. Hopefully that's the case, but we do have a next announcement for freestyle at 5 o'clock, so we may even get to jump back into our double elimination and get some freestyle action for you guys, which would be cool. So stick around. I'm going to turn you back to some music and some audio feed from the event, give you a little feel what's going on here, and get settled in for some racing action. So stick around. We'll be right back. Check 1, check 2. All right, looks like we got a good level. There's Oliver Danson from the North team warming up, getting his gear ready.
Ryan, what kite you putting up?
All right, just doing a little radio check. Got a little reverb. Kind of hard to talk. Okay, check 1, check 2.
Okay, that worked.
Welcome, everybody, and thanks for tuning in. We are in sequence for this race number 3 of the day here at the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kiteboard World Cup. Here in The Hague, Holland, we've got the best in the world out on the water right now, jockeying for position as they are just about 3.5 short minutes away from the start of this third race of the event. You can see the fleet out there. We've got building winds as we've had much lighter conditions earlier in the day, and we had a very good wind shift to side shore, so we've got filled in conditions. We've adjusted the course accordingly, and we're looking for much better conditions than we had in our earlier race. We've had a few upsets in our earlier rounds. Most notably this last race, race number 2, was Adam Cook getting taken out, having a bad luck. I know he's protested against Ricardo Lasese, so we're waiting for the official results of that protest to see where that winds up. And also Katja Roos, our usual first place competitor, also choosing a bad line and getting stuck inside. If you've been watching the live stream, you've been seeing some waves roll in all day. We've had actually pretty nice wave conditions for here in the North Sea. So we've been watching some guys surfing and SUPing on some pretty nice little snappy beach break waves here, about waist to chest high, sometimes a little bit bigger on the set. So that hopefully you enjoyed that. But more importantly, we've got some kite action finally on deck, as we've been in quite a bit of holding pattern throughout the week due to somewhat inconsistent conditions. But as we all know, it's kiteboarding and we can't control the wind, so we've been making the best with what we've been dealt by Mother Nature, and it looks like she's cooperating here. So we are moments away. I'll give you the final countdown until we begin this race number 3 here in Scheveningen Beach for the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kite Surf World Cup. If you guys are tuning in to check out freestyle, keep posted, because we have our next announcement at 5 o'clock. If conditions look like they're going to be suitable for running some more freestyle rounds, we are going to go into the freestyle, which would be awesome, because I know a lot of people here have just been itching to see some freestyle action, as well as myself. I've been jonesing to have actually something to talk about instead of just kind of spinning records like I've been doing. But we've had a good day of interviews. We've had Sam Light in the booth. We had Ricardo Lasese straight off the beach out of the water after his win from that first round. Also, young Ozzie Smith was in the booth. Hopefully you guys got to tune into some of that and catch some of that action. But we're hoping to get some other guys in here later. We'll just have to see who we can drag in here after the heat. But we are less than 1 minute until the start of this race number 3 here in Holland for the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kiteboard World Cup. You'll notice the competitors are starting to pack up, get a little bit tighter, but it looks like we've got some competitors starting on port and some starting on starboard. As you may know, starboard has right of way, so the port guys may have an advantage. And I believe that's it. We've got those port guys heading out towards going to the left on the screen. Those guys have right away, and the starboard guys, or I'm sorry, the guys going left have to yield to the guys going right. Looks like we've got a bigger fleet who started on starboard, or started on port rather, than we did that started on starboard. But I'm guessing we've got the majority of our usual competitors that we see in the top 4 and 5. It looks like most of them did start on starboard. So right now you are looking at those guys who started on starboard, reaching out there out in front of that boat. And now from this perspective, from my perspective, what I'm seeing, it looks like the guys who started on starboard or port rather actually have an advantage. But at this point, it's really hard to tell the way that it works with these ley lines. From a perspective, you really can't tell who's upwind and who's leading. But in that early pack that we had that did start on port, we've got, I think, Brian Lake leading that pack, followed by Ozzie Smith and Rolf Vandervloot. Looks like from the pack that started on the opposite tack, we have Julien Kerner, Ricardo Lecesse, and Adam Cook leading that pack. Try and get those graphics off the screen for you guys so you can see the kites a little bit better. But we just had Brian Lake rounding that upwind mark first. So it looks like Brian Lake is leading the pack, followed by, I believe that is, I think that might be Ozzie Smith, or I'm sorry, yeah, Oswald Smith. Behind him on that air rush kite, that black air rush kite. And then third and fourth, we've got Julien Kerner slightly in the lead, but a little bit downwind. And we've got a much smaller course, a much shorter course, smaller, shorter upwind leg than we did in the earlier races. So it's definitely going to make for a little bit more of an exciting race. So I'm glad the race director shortened that. Brian is clearly in the lead now, but not by a huge margin. You can see these guys can't really go straight downwind, so they're actually doing a big broad reach on one of their tacks before they jibe and go to the other tack to make that downwind mark around that buoy. And once they ride on that buoy, they're going to be pinning it back upwind. But Brian has rounded that bottom mark for the first lap in first place, followed by, I believe, Ozzie Smith. It's one of our air rush riders, and we do have a fair few, but it looks like there was an issue down at the bottom, and Ozzie had to put his kite high. He looks like he missed the mark, so he actually had to come back and do another tack to make it. So we've got Brian Lake actually making it in a strong lead right now, followed by Julien Kerner, and then Blue Kite on the ozone. I'm thinking that based on last heat, it is Alvaro Cadena from Colombia, but we do have 3 ozone riders, and I did not see which color kite Alvaro took, but last heat he was on the blue one with Adam Cook on the yellow ozone, and Ricardo Lecesse also on the yellow ozone. So, okay, I just got confirmation. I just got confirmation that that blue kite is actually Adam Cook. So we do have Adam Cook trying for a rebate off of his poor finish in that last rate, and he is currently in third, but he's actually fairway upwind from Julien Kerner, who looks like he's in second. So I think Adam's actually in second place and has a better ley line. Both of those guys going to make their tacks right now. Brian's made his tack. Adam's just making his tack right now on that middle kite, that blue kite. And I think Adam's got a solid advantage now over Julien Kerner. Oh, but we have that air rush kite in the mix, and I believe that's Ozzie Smith. He took a different line from the other competitors, and he is on a different trajectory. If Brian Lake makes made his ley line and makes this upwind buoy. I think Brian's sitting comfortably in first. But if anything happens and Ozzy tacks right in front of the blue kite, which he's doing right now, right in front of Adam Cook, he has a good chance to take over Adam. Let's see if he's going to make this upwind pin. Brian makes it no problem on that Cabrina kite. That was pretty sick. And then it looks like Ozzy, I think it's Ozzy. It's one of our Air Rush competitors, which is either Ozzy Smith or Rolf Vandervloot. And I believe it's Ozzy. And whoever it is, they have rounded the buoy, and they are just pinning it downwind, followed by Adam Cook in that blue kite. And in fourth place, actually Julian Kerner had short tack. He missed the ley line and had to take another tack, so that bumped him down to fifth place. And he's probably getting now falling into sixth. All right. So, okay. I'm waiting for confirmation on those results. Kites down. I'm not sure who that was, but we had Cabrina kite tangling with an ozone kite. So as you can see, these guys are not they're not out there to make friends.
Can you give me second and third place again?
Okay, so I just heard that Air Rush kite we were wondering about was Rolf Vandervloot. He must have taken a different kite, as I saw him go off the beach on a different color kite. But in first, we have Brian Lake with a strong finish from the United States, followed by Adam Cook from the United States. In second, third place, Rolf Vandervloot from the Netherlands, and fourth is Ricardo Lecese from Colombia. So good portion of our fleet is finished. Julian Kerner, who had a strong start and was doing quite well throughout the heat, or the race rather, missing a ley line and just losing, I think, 3 or 4 solid places. So that's unfortunate for him, but a lot of this sport is really just knowing your sailing tactics and being able to read the current, read the wind. And it's not an easy task when the wind is shifting throughout either the race or throughout the day. These guys were riding a different course about 2.5, 3 hours ago in a completely different wind conditions, and so it's not like you're just going from the same conditions to the other. But Brian's pretty stoked. And we've got our first female finisher coming in, Katja Ruth. She is not far behind the guys, so that's no surprise to see her. I believe she finished in first place, and we've got those 2 kites down there. I'm sure there's going to be some protests after that, but we'll have to wait to find out. I'm going to try and bring you the updated results with our finishers after 4th place, but right now we've got Lake finishing first, Adam Cook second, Rolf Vandervloot third, and Ricardo Lecese finishing 4th. we've got our safety boat out there, picking up the pieces from that tangle. I think it was one of our female competitors, Sickinger. Is it Jessica Sickinger? Yeah, Jessica Sickinger, and we're speculating that that is our other Colombian competitor, Alvaro Cadena, on that other ozone kite that she tangled with. But as I mentioned, these guys aren't on the race course to make friends, and although they hang out and enjoy each other's company off the beach, sometimes it gets pretty fierce and tempers flare as these guys are playing for keeps, battling against themselves and Mother Nature in pursuit of the ultimate prize. A line stolen directly from the legendary Chris Tronalone, who was with us for many years on the PKRA. No stranger to the microphone, often behind the camera, always loved to be in front of it. But yeah, I've ripped off a lot of his lines over the years, so I must give kudos where they are due. But these guys are just making it. I think that's one of our Dutch competitors just making it off the water right there. So definitely just got confirmation that our first competitor, female competitor crossing the finish line was Katja Roos. So she's going to be pleased with that. And it looks like right there is Nuria Goma, who was our second competitor. And I think we still have our third competitor, Jessica Sickinger, still out trying to deal with that tangle that she got into with that ozone kite. So that is race number 3 for the event, race number 2 for the day. These guys need to get to 4 races before we get a discard, and I think everyone is hoping for a discard because there's been some pretty good shakeups. Some of the riders were not super stoked on the conditions in that last round that you may or may not have seen with us here, but it was quite a different story with very gusty offshore conditions. And a lot of the riders having a really difficult time even crossing the finish line, many of them not finishing. So once we get 4 races under our belts, they will be able to have 1 discard that they can choose to. As I mentioned, we had some protests in our last race, and I would not be surprised if we had some more in this one. So we're waiting for final confirmation from those results. But when a racer protests another, they write it in a formal protest form to be reviewed by our race committee. And once the race committee hears the arguments and makes the decisions, oftentimes they can actually review footage if we're lucky enough to have captured it. And then if they rule in favor of the person who protested, they get to keep the score, but it's actually the average of the rest of their races. So it actually is very worthwhile for these guys to protest if they feel that their finish was affected by another rider's poor etiquette or not abiding by the rules of the race. So we've had some pretty hot weather today here for Holland. It was quite warm with that offshore breeze. We had full sun, and yeah, I was walking around in a t-shirt and a ball cap, and it was quite warm. And actually, it's flipped around side shore now, and I've got my hat on and my jacket, and I'm bundled up again like I was most of the time past few days. But a lot of people on the beach this past, I guess yesterday was a holiday in many countries, so we have a lot of people on vacation here. We're very close to Amsterdam. We're about 40 minutes away from the beautiful city of Amsterdam, and so quite a holiday destination here in Scheveningen Beach in The Hague. And yeah, it's just good to see all these people out enjoying the springtime weather and enjoying this wonderful event that O'Neill has put on for us. And it is quite an event. They've got a couple big concerts planned for tonight and tomorrow night, and the village is great. They've taken really good care of us and the riders, as well as just making a really comfortable place for all the spectators to hang out and check out the action. So definitely want to thank them. Also want to thank Mystic Kiteboarding for stepping up for making this live broadcast possible. Thank you, Mystic. Go out and check out some of their gear. They make everything from wetsuits and clothing to harnesses and board bags. So a really cool brand, and really cool of them to step up and help us out with this live stream. All right, I've got.
What's the schedule?
We don't actually know what the schedule is. We're waiting for the official news from our race director to see when we're actually going to run. But we've got a fair few of you guys tuning in, so we want to keep some cool information and some visual stimulation coming at you guys to keep you watching, keep you engaged. And I've got Antoine Jobert, one of our international judges for the freestyles, joined me in the booth, and he's no stranger to pretty much everything wind. Former and actually current windsurfer still, but an avid kiteboarder, was a former competitor, and is now one of our talented judges that we have here on the PKRA. But he's helping out a bit with the races, and yeah, have you ever raced, Anton? I don't recall. I mean, I've done a fair amount of racing the past, I guess, since the beginning, 4 or 5 years, but I don't know if I've ever seen you on the race course.
I was on the race course in 2000 in Mexico just for one race, and it was really fun. But the level was not where it was today, and now I think I would have a hard time competing with these guys. They're really pushing the sport. The gear is top notch, the kites, the boards, and every time they race, they're going for the win. And so it's just exciting to watch. And the races are different every time, different wind, different direction, different courses, different spots. It just doesn't get boring.
Yeah, that's true. What, not to jump too far back, but do you remember what board you raced on way back then?
When back
Is
then
that
was
Playa del Carmen?
it was in Playa del Carmen in 2008, and Charles Delot had already sealed the victory, and so I took his board, which was a 2000 Cabrina 5-fin, which was just one of the first boards, and it's come a long way since then.
Yeah, I don't think I was competing. I think I judged freestyle at that event, but I remember that. Yeah, and then he went back to France, and I think he actually made a proper board and showed up at his next event and owned it at that event on that new board that he shaped, and then I think he shaped a few more for North. But so a lot of it was really gear dependent, especially back then. I mean, and it still is, but we're getting towards to a point where the equipment is still making a huge difference, but it's not like it was where the person who had something figured out at the next event was kind of dominating. Do you think it's going to be good to see the sport kind of go to more production class, or kind of I don't know, where everyone's kind of on a similar gear, so it's a little bit more level playing field? Do you think we're there yet, or do you think these guys some of them are winning due to the equipment they're using?
I think one design definitely has a spot. It's been about 5 to 7 years in the development of the gear. So right now we're seeing some high performance gear. They can go at 15, 20 knots and about 6 knots of wind, which is pretty impressive. Advantage with the one design, we're going to see who the best rider is. The gear is not going to be a factor, so that's going to be exciting. But I still like to see gear evolved, and in all discipline, whether it's racing, hydrofoil, twin tips, freestyle. And for that, you need to innovate. And the best place to innovate is to race the best guys in the world against each other on the ladies' gear. And it's it's part of the sport to see who can get an advantage with the latest gear. And it's like that in all sports, and it's gonna stay that way in kiteboarding.
Yeah, it's cool actually because I mean, as we're kind of whittling down some of the fleet, I mean, there's been people who've kind of participated in the racing from, you know, carried on from freestyle who don't have like a ton of experience in sailing, but they're just good athletes and good competitors. But now we're actually seeing these guys who have actually grown up racing, sailing, you know, like most of them racing dinghies, other sailboats, other classes of boats, who are the ones who are really excelling. I remember Johnny Heineken showing up at the Worlds, I think 2-3 years ago now in San Francisco, and I think he'd been kiting like 7 or 8 months, and I think he dominated, and largely due to the fact that he was, I mean, he did have some good gear, but he grew up sailing as well as, you know, some of these other competitors like Joey Pasquale and Brian Lake and Adam Cook, who actually really come from a sailing background. So it's going to be interesting to see when the field is leveled a bit, where those guys who actually have that tactical experience, where they're gonna sit amongst the fleet. But yeah, but it's cool. I'm pretty excited to see new faces showing up at these events. We've got a couple new faces. A guy from the U.S., Chris Butzen from the U.S., and Jessica Sickinger. I think she did Mexico, but a few more Americans. And then the guys from Colombia are definitely ripping, and yeah, Ozzie Smith from South Africa. So we've got a good pool of riders that are getting into it and coming on. So it's just an exciting time to be involved with the sport. What's your take on the whole Olympic thing? I had Sam Light in here earlier, and we were chatting about, you know, the whole Olympic thing, and we know whether it's a good thing for it or a bad thing for it, and you know what it's done for some sports. I mean, I don't think there's any clear answer to it, but I mean, are you excited about it that's going to the Olympics, or do you have any special opinion on that whole thing?
Yeah, no, the Olympics is great. It's a platform for sports. It's been around for 100 years. To get kiteboarding in the Olympics would be fun, and it might allow a lot of people to have access to the sport, to discover the sport. So that aspect is great. It's going to feature racing, which is just one aspect of the sport, and still it's not going to have freestyle or wave riding, which is still pretty exciting and probably the most exciting part of the sport. But the racing is fun, and it's great to have it in the Olympics, especially in Brazil. In Rio would be, I'd like to go race in Rio.
Yeah, so are you thinking about making so what's your nationality? You're American and French?
I am American and French.
Okay. So if you had to choose one, if you got a chance to go to the Olympics and you could do it for either country, can you say who you would do it for, or is it just too tough, or you just don't want to go there and risk the rebuttal from either country?
That's a tough choice, huh? For 20 years in the U.S., being born in France, who would I pick to go race under? I think it'd be the one that would send me.
The one with the biggest budget.
The one with the biggest budget, with the nicest hotel and the best trainers.
Yeah. There you go. Well, I don't blame you. I think we're going to see that from a lot of competitors. Actually, I know we've got some riders who have ties with dual. I mean, I think that happens in all the sports. Really, there's athletes that have dual citizenship, and they, you know, will compete for the country that kind of makes the most sense for them. So I'm sure we're going to see that in kiteboarding as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm pretty excited about it, to see where it goes. I'm excited to we have a showcase to the world what can be done in kiteboarding, at least one part of it. But yeah, at the same time, I definitely hope that people realize how broad the sport really is, and all the disciplines that really that follow, you know, that make up kiteboarding. Because although I love to get on a race board and rip around or a free race board and just go ripping upwind, I definitely love to drop into some waves and ride some flat water on the wake skate and hit some rails. So it's it's an exciting time for the sport and exciting time here in Holland. So
One of the fun things would be to see these guys on all the same gear. That would be, then you can see which gear is performing the best, and it'd be kind of exciting to really see who the best rider is, independent of gear. If you know they're all riding the same gear, to see who's pushing it more, would be fun.
For sure, and it's true. But that last race was so, not the last one, but the one before, the race number 2, when that offshore conditions. I mean, that was, some of that has just got to be luck of the draw with the current and people catching gusts, and I mean it's definitely so many variables in those type of conditions.
I think the variables are there for everybody, but I don't think it's a surprise the top guys finish at the top every time. So it's just skills, and
for sure I think there is some luck for sure. I mean, we've seen it in everything sometimes. As we all know, clearly not always the best rider wins, but you do see the consistency, which in the people who are the best riders finishing consistently in those high positions. But we are just sitting here chatting about kiteboarding, course racing, and getting a little insight from our judge Antoine Jobert. But we have just finished race number 3 here at the 2012 O'Neill PKRA Kiteboard World Cup in Scheveningen Beach, Holland, in The Hague. And we're sitting here right at the beach's edge, looking at all these kites pumped up, looking at all these people enjoying this lovely day. And we're waiting for the next announcement from our race director, Mr. Olaf, who I'm going to track down now and try and get you guys the next possible start time. So please stick around, bear with us, and I will let you know in a few minutes. All right, I've got the next possible start for the race is at 5:25, so that is in approximately 10 minutes till we begin the start of race number 4. Conditions look to be not really that great. I think we had better conditions that last race, but there's still some whitecaps out there and still some wind, so we will hopefully get another race off. But in the meantime, just chatting with Antoine Jobert, one of our fixed judges here, the PKRA, who is one of the guys who has to make those tough decisions when watching these freestyle heats. We had a bunch of close heats in the singles, and definitely there's more on the way in the doubles. But Antoine, how did you feel the singles went? Was there anything that stood out, or?
Yeah, definitely some close heats. Also, we're seeing more riders riding boots and really pushing the execution and the power of your tricks to new levels, We've seen Yuri and those guys really pushing the power level, but now we're seeing about the top 15, 20 guys really bringing some power moves, and the bindings are letting them land the tricks full speed. So it's just taking more risk, pushing the level, and it's great to see. Every once in a while, every few competitions, we get a little push in level, and we just had one this competition. If you saw, we had De Silva doing a blind judge 7 and a loop 7 in the same heat. A lot of blind judge 5s from the riders. Just a lot of good tricks in super hard conditions. We're looking at the conditions going, maybe we'll go right, maybe not. It's cold, it's windy, and these guys are just stomping tricks left and right.
So that was the first 10 for what with the blind judge. Was it a blind judge 5 he got the 10 on? We got De Silva getting a 10 from one of our judges, a 9.7 from another one of our judges. So I'm certain that was the first 10 we saw from any of the judges since we've gone to this live scoring system. Do you remember what you gave that one?
Yep, I was the one that gave the 10. It was just amazing trick. It's the first 10 I've given this year, and just that trick was perfect. It was clean, powerful, technical. You don't see too many of those, and he just stomped it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for the sport to have a 10. I mean, because 10 should be achievable, you know, and it doesn't happen that much, but it does happen, and it's good to see it happen, and especially from such a sick rider like Eudazio, who's first year on the tour, and just killing it, turning a lot of heads and shaking up the top 5, more than we've seen in past years. So that's congratulations to him. How about Spiesberger? He was ripping. He advanced far beyond what he's done in the past, and so that was good to see. I was really impressed with his riding.
Yeah, we've seen Spiesberger just progress over the past 6 months, even to a year, and he's just kind of turning heads every competition, getting better, getting higher results, and now he's a competitor that can't be taken lightly by anybody. He keeps progressing. He was finishing top 10, top 5, and he could be on the podium pretty soon, so he's definitely one to be looking out for.
How about any of these young guys? I mean, we've got a handful of younger, they're all young, but newer faces, like specifically coming to mind is like Jonas Schulte from the Netherlands, Hilario from Dominican Republic, Liam Whaley, of course, from Tarifa. Who else do we have? Little Ozzie Smith from South Africa. So we've got some new faces, and some of them are definitely shaking things up. From the guys who haven't necessarily finished, like in the top 5, like say save Liam Whaley, but some of the other guys. Do you have any premonitions on which one of those guys might be someone that's gonna kind of jump up into that? Seeing him in the top 5 like we saw Liam do so quickly this year?
Yeah, a lot of them have the talent. You got to remember they're competing against guys like Yuri Zun, Kevin Langry that have 5-6 years of competition under their belt, and they put a lot of pressure. When you see Yuri or Kevin in the water next to you, you know you got to bring your A game, and it's not easy to do every day. Those guys have the experience, and it's no secret that they keep winning. But now, being old is 22. The new young guys are 15, 16. They're fearless. They've been watching Kevin and Yuri for years, and they know all their tricks. They're copying him and taking him to the next level. Which one is going to pop out and give them a good run? I would say the Brazilians have the best chance, but they have to learn the life on tour, and wetsuits, cold water, different wind directions.
Yeah, we just saw Madsen go out in his board shorts. Was that Madsen or Eudazio?
I'm not sure which one that was, but I was out surfing in a 4-3 wetsuit with booties, and I was cold, and he was in his board shorts.
throwing massive tricks. like I guess the guy weighs like 100 pounds or something, and yeah, just throwing mad freestyle tricks in his boardies here in 10-degree water.
Yeah, but he's gonna learn to use a wetsuit to ride in different conditions, and to manage his heat, to know when to stick the tricks, to stay calm. And once they do that, they can definitely be at the top. They're already at the top. They can do probably some of the best tricks you've ever seen. If you've ever seen them in Brazil on their home spot, it is just amazing. I guarantee you nobody wants to compete against them there. They're just scary. And if they can bring that level to Holland, Germany, south of France, they're going to be scary.
No, I agree. It's a huge factor, especially for these guys coming from these, the kind of these famous destinations with great conditions and these warm climates. Like, of course, all the Dominican guys, and then now we're seeing this wave of Brazilian guys coming on. But these guys are not used to cold weather. They're not used to riding in wetsuits. They're not used to having to get up and be pumped on the beach at 8 in the morning. So it's a big change of their normal routine that they're accustomed to. So and we've seen it with especially the Dominican guys. A lot of them, some of the guys came and went pretty quickly, just couldn't really adapt. But there's definitely some faces that have kind of figured things out and grown and matured a bit into pretty good competitors. So exciting to see all those guys doing well and still on tour, especially the Dominican kids. Alex Soto, Ariel Corniel, he was actually one of our first place winners in Cabarete. I'm not sure what year that was, maybe 2008, one of our prior years. But yeah, pretty cool to see those guys win on their home turf, which I'm sure we have Kevin and Yuri and Jono and I think Boss Cool. Well, Boss is out. So I think we still have, and Jerry is out, Van Etch. So we have just 3 Dutchies left in the competition who would be able to take a win home here in front of their home country. But just want to jump back into the racing mode after visiting the freestyle thing. We've got riders. Antoine, thanks for all your comments. That was awesome. We'll chat with you in a bit. But in the meantime, we've got our racers out on the course. Going to get our cameraman back on the action and bring you the start of this race number 4 in about 2 minutes to the red flag, or 1 minute to the red flag. And that means there are 5 minutes remaining until we start this race number 4 for the day here at the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kiteboard World Cup in Scheveningen, Holland. My pronunciation of that is getting a little better, but it's not that flash. So that's why I kind of revert to calling it The Hague, which is pretty cool. But that's a bunch of spectators just saying, hey, people out there in cyberspace, wish you were here. And they are, looks like they're pretty far through a 12-pack of Heineken right there on the beach. So they're probably feeling great. But I'm feeling great, and I hope you guys are too. So just want to thank you again for staying with us and joining us. And I hope you tune in as we bring you live action from the remainder of our event here in The Hague, Holland, as well as throughout the tour. We're going to be doing the live broadcast for the remaining freestyle stops and a variety of our racing stops as well. After this, we move on to France. We're moving down to Hyères, and we've got a great event down there called the Gold Games. We've got a freestyle exhibition, and I'm not sure if there's actually a contest. Actually, there is. It's an old school, new school contest. So we are going to be streaming that, so that should be pretty sick. We've got, you're judged on doing old school tricks as well as new school. So I could probably get in there and hold my own in some of the old school tricks, but I'm not too sure about the new school stuff. but also we're going to be bringing you racing, but I think they've got BMX and ramps and lots of cool stuff set up. So be sure to check that out as we head down there next week. And that's the red flag up. So 5 minutes, that's the start of our sequence for the beginning of this race number 4. Race number 3 for the day. And I'm just going to set my timer here so you guys have a better idea of when this next race is going to start. But we've got a pretty good fleet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 kites on the water, both male and female competitors. And these guys are stoked because they have been chewing on their nails and in and out of their wetsuits all day and just really hungry to race. So I'm glad the wind has cooperated. We've got about 11 to 15 knots now. It has backed off a little bit, but we've got side shore conditions, and they look ideal for these guys. Most of them riding 13-meter kites. Still, actually, I think a fair amount of them bumped up in kite sizes. I'm seeing a lot of 13s still sitting here on the beach as I was, excuse me, talking to you guys. I should have actually been looking at the kites a little bit more closely to see who's who, but I've got my cohort in crime here, Jacqueline Lage, who's going to help me out with that. All right, you can see those kites packing up. It looks like they've augmented the course a little bit. I'm really sorry I don't have a course diagram for you. I will try and make that happen in later events or later races, as we have changed up the course since our last race slightly. But we do have all the competitors on the same tack for the start, which is making it a little bit easier to see what's going on. So I'm going to get these things out of here so you guys can get a better idea of what's happening. And the race is clearly underway. Looks like we have got a number of riders starting to tack short Looks like Julian Carnair was our first competitor to tack short, followed by Rolf van der Vloot. While the remainder of the competitors are still on that lay line on the opposite tack. But we should see a pretty good. Ooh, looks like Oswald Smith blew his jibe. He went down. But we definitely have the remainder of the competitors hitting their tacks and off on that port tack towards the upwind mark. So they are reaching upwind. So we've got side shore wind here from the left to give you an idea what's going on. So they are on attack. The upwind mark is about 200 meters off the beach, directly in front of me where I'm sitting. So these guys are on their second tack after crossing the start line. Get that graphic out of your way so you can see what's going on with the kites. But that's that is Adam Cook right there on that yellow ozone kite in the lead, followed by Oliver Danson on the North Kite in second, and third is Mr. Brian Lake from the United States on that blue and orange Cabrina kite. So that black buoy that you're seeing in the foreground right there, that is the inside pin for the finish line, which is a line between that pin and a flag on the beach. They have to break the plane between those two markers. And we're seeing the earlier fleet, the people who were further downwind, but well, it's pretty hard to describe, you guys. I'm going to have to tell you this. It is a challenge calling these races. Honestly, I've called more freestyle heats than I have races, so I'm kind of learning as we go. But that is clearly Adam Cook. Oh, sorry, that is Ricardo Lecesse in first on the ozone kite. Right there on the yellow, who rounding the mark first, followed by Brian Lake. Third, Danson on the north. Fourth, that is Rolf van der Vloot from the Netherlands, followed by Adam Cook on that blue. Actually, no, it's Julian Carnair before Adam Cook. Julian Carnair on that white and black RRD kite, followed by Adam Cook. I can tell you Adam Cook is not a very happy man right now. I talked to him earlier, and he is fired up. He does not like to lose, and is definitely out here for one thing only, and that is to win. But you see these guys reaching towards the beach, trying to get that faster trajectory on a faster lay line down to that bottom mark, because these boards do not go downwind all that fast. So they're actually doing nice broad reaches is their fastest way downwind. But here it looks like on this tack they're able to bear off a fair amount. But we do have Ricardo seeing some pressure from Brian Lake as they are both working their kites, trying to go deep. But yeah, as those of you who have ridden course boards know, it's hard to go off the wind really deep when you, especially in lighter wind conditions. We've got still some of our fleet still trying to make that upwind mark. However, most of our competitors have clearly rounded it, and Brian Lake looks to have rounded that and passed Ricardo Lecesse, although he is a little bit deeper. Ricardo could be a little bit further upwind, so may have the advantage, but all these guys right there in the fleet, you've got the four guys that I'm seeing. Looks like our cameraman was focusing on that buoy, but there you go. You got the fleet right there. That's Brian Lake in front, followed by Rolf van der Vloot. That North Kite right there is Danson. Is that correct? Yep. And that is Ricardo, followed by Julian Carnair. So that's our top five as we see it right there as far as their kites go. As you may or may not know, the rider upwind furthest, which is hard to tell from this distance, does have an advantage. So although it looks like Brian's in front, it could be any of those competitors actually.
De kopgroep die gaat op naar de laatste ronde alweer. Voordat finish kan worden.
Yeah, so they are on that port tack, reaching, pinching, grinding upwind, thighs burning, just gritting their teeth as they're trying to choose that right time to throw the tack and choose that ley line, just analyzing, using landmarks or using just their knowledge of the wind, knowing when to tack and knowing what angle they can lay in order to not go too high above that upwind mark, because they do want to take the fastest line possible. So if they end up short tacking and missing the mark, that's not what they want, or they can go too far and end up above the mark because they're on their fastest reach is by edging against the fin. So it's kind of a fine line that you need to decide when to tack to get the right ley line. But it looks like Brian has made the right choice, and it looks like he is in first place, but not by a clear margin, because Rolf is very close, and Rolf is downwind of him. But if Rolf gets to the pin and makes it, and Brian were to have pointed too high, then that would change things up. But Brian has clearly rounded the mark and is on his way back to the beach to hopefully to victory for him. But as we know, anything can happen. But he looks to have a very strong kite line lead against Rolf van der Vloot from the Netherlands, followed by Oliver Danson and Ricardo Lecesse. Are the guy who was in first place during that first lap has fallen to fourth, and Brian Lake from the United States right there taking first place, and I know Bernie is stoked. And Rolf van der Vloot from Arash crossing right there, followed by Oliver Danson on this North Kite, getting ready to cross the finish line there. So that finish line is the plane between that black buoy and a flag right there on the beach that you can't see is out of view. And Ricardo Lecesse finishing fourth, and then it's a close battle between Adam and Julien Carner. So Adam Cook regaining a spot over Julien Carner in the last moments of that heat, or that race. So good for him. But you can see these guys are having to hop off their boards in fairly deep water. These guys are riding 30-centimeter fins, and they are expensive, so they are very, very careful when coming into the beach. But you have our top, what do we got? Our top four right there, or our top six. Brian Lake. There's our South African competitor, Oswald Smith, crossing there. So does that mean Aussie is in seventh? So I think we've got Brian Lake in first, Rolf van der Vloot in second, Oliver Danson third, Ricardo Lecesse fourth, Adam Cook fifth, sixth is Julien Carner, and seventh, I believe, was the young South African Oswald Smith. And not last, I shouldn't say that. Dirk would slap me silly if he heard me say that. But next competitor, I believe, in eighth place is the product manager for North Kiteboarding, Mr. Dirk Hannell. He's been doing this a long time, so he is no stranger to the race course. But not having the luck that I'm sure he's wanting to in these earlier races. And that was a close finish right there between Katja and Jessica Sickinger. Jessica, I believe? Oh, that was Nuria. Okay, I'm sorry. That was Nuria Goma on that Cabrina kite. So pretty close finish for those ladies. Usually they're a little bit more spread out, but then we've got another one of our Cabrina kite riders coming in here. I'm not sure if that is Chris Butson, but I think that might be Chris Butson on that blue Carabiner kite. And our Dutch competitor, I think that's Bram Hugenduk. Bram Hugenduk, I believe. We only have a few Dutch competitors in this. Actually, a few Dutch competitors whose names I'm not familiar with in this race, and he is one of them. And the other one is Koen Scheppers. So I'm not sure which one that was, but definitely holding it down for their home country here in front of their home team. A lot of these Dutch guys are actually live very close to where we are here in Scheveningen. So Yuri's pretty close by. Kevin drives home. Kevin Langray drives home every night and sleeps in his own bed. And same thing with Rolf and Katja. So these guys who are used to traveling around the world and staying in hotels, living out of their suitcases, they're all pretty excited to be able to have an event here in their backyard and kind of keep it as much as business as usual as it's kind of convenient to not have to get on a plane and get a hotel and do all that stuff that takes its toll on you after a while. But you can see these kites coming down now. We're probably going to take a pretty decent break until we decide what's going on. These guys usually 20-30 minutes would be probably the shortest time that we would have until we ran another race. But I think conditions are pretty good, and if they hold, I think we're going to try and get another race. But I'll keep you updated as we get that official announcement from our race director.
We have the women's results.
You can see Oliver Dansan and Dirk Hanel chatting there, the North team. Looks like they're keeping their kites in the sky. I'm not sure if they're thinking they're going to move quickly into another round or maybe they'll just go out and get a couple practice laps in before the next heat.
Mauricio, can we get the women's results?
So again, thanks guys for tuning in. It's been a real treat having you guys tune in. I get to see how many people are checking it out, and it's really cool. I'm stoked and honored to be the one who gets to bring it to you live. So I hope I'm doing a good enough job, and definitely look to improve my skills at doing this, especially in the racing, as well as improve just the whole experience, as we have a lot of technical goals that we're working on with a live stream for the freestyle, as well as getting multiple cameras. We've got some really cool stuff that we're working on to get the cameras on the boards, cameras on the boats, to bring the action a little bit more up close and personal. So again, the results from the women with Katja Roos in first, Nuria Goma in second, Jessica Sickinger in third, and the top 9 that we have from the race number 4 for the men is Brian Lake, followed by Rolf Vandervloot, Oliver Danson in third, Carla Lessesse in fourth, Adam Cook in fifth, Julien Kerner in sixth, and Oswald Smith, I believe, in seventh. And that's all the unofficial results that I have right now. But I'm going to give my tonsils a break here, get a sip of water, and find out what the start time for our next race is. So stick around and enjoy the sights and sound of the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kiteboard World Cup live from The Hague in Scheveningen Beach, Holland.
Dit is het krachtigste verhaal van het race, zo sterk. Het is wel leuk om te doen. behalve ontzettend veel PKRA's op meer. We gaan ook ontzettend veel keer in de eerste plaats. Rozen.
race, hè?
So all the competitors, so please tell your all business corporate and tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock will be specifically for all the race competitors and also for all the freestyle competitors. So see you all tonight at the party and tomorrow morning at 10 at the chicken meeting. We beginnen nog morgen. Zowel voor de racers als voor de freestylers. We gaan bekijken of we weer kunnen racen of de video of de freestyle. In ieder geval of we daadwerkelijk gaan varen. Dat zullen we morgen gaan bekijken. Vanavond dus een lekker feestje tijdens ook de Kiteboard World evenement. De meeste van de fans die deze richting doen. Maar ja, ziet. Vanavond daar op het podium Go Back to the Zoo. Waarom de 50 zijn kamer. En het is nog steeds zo natuurlijk bij de nieuwe infobalie. Maar er zijn ook kaarten te koop voor een overzichtelijke sled natuurlijk. Komende zaterdag, dus morgenavond ga je naar de oude plek toe. Maar dat is wel zo proberen om een combi-ticket te kopen. De combi-ticket voor €15, dus dat is toch €2,50 per lijn, is dat een combi-ticket. En die kun je halen bij de Kiteboard. En wij gaan ook even op zaken te halen.
Dat was als je in muziek hoort.
Yeah, that's a really nice day. You will walk it out. Yeah, and you will be running every day on the sides. Go back to the home. Please, this is live. Dit is hier allemaal riders de rugged launch, met andere die zitten zonnig zijn. Nee, die zitten zonnig zijn, wel, dat staat er. En het zijn allemaal echte pro-atleten, ja, de haven, grote fietsers, veel fietsa's met de afstellen. Of je zit echt proeven, dat doen we niet. En na de reis gaan we de polo lounge, de fit lounge. En daar hadden we natuurlijk niet van gebeurd. In de polo lounge. Dit zijn alle belangrijke mensen van de hier. Dit is wel, alle belangrijke mensen zijn hier, zeg maar, hier verzameld. Heel belangrijk en praten we van, wauw, wauw, wauw. Meer in taal. Nou, dit is bijvoorbeeld heel belangrijk voor de mensen hier. Als we willen dat er een prachtige ornamentshirt gebruiken van het evenement. Dat van het euro gaat naar het project. Dat is ook nog dat is ook een goed doel. En het is natuurlijk ook nog, zo'n puntje, dat ook natuurlijk zwaar is. Dat wordt het zeer leerbaar. En dat is natuurlijk, als je zo'n cheer bent van een evenement, dan word je even weer geleerd. En de truien zijn ook niet gratis zeker te zijn. En er zijn wel tussen aankomen en andere van degenen die weer de zomer voor ons. Nou, op dit moment is bezig met dit is een aantal maanden met bezig met heel veel corona's. Je zou maar kickback hebben, dat is heel belangrijk. En dan even de vastzetten, die Rotarie, die Bokta, het gaat dus worden, maar het is allemaal, het is allemaal goed in de natuurlijk. Alles is niet, het is altijd nog niet zo dit, onder ons kruiden, dan kunnen we veel wegzien. Ja, het is wel maar niet meer. Dat is ook de boot. Ja, wij hebben net een avond genoeg. Omdat al deze mensen zoveel opnieuw ingekomen, kunnen we een zo mooi evenement organiseren. Ja, inderdaad. Hoe is het uit? Ik heb nog iets wegsteken natuurlijk. Ja, proost. Ja, er wordt ook echt wat zaken gedaan, maar zo een beetje hoort op. Ja, wordt dat echt van een netwerk. Ja. En dat is ook een beetje een hartstikke, maar moet je het aan mij gaan. Dat wordt genoeg gebeurd, dat laat ik zo zeggen. Hier is een Heidi. Ja, wel. Dat is een goede omheining. Overnachting. Toegenaamd nog zo alle fans van Worldwide die doen. Ik heb die video niet uitgezien, maar ik heb die video niet heel leuk bij. En wat we nog statistiek is, is gewoon niet klaar bij die buurt. Het is een beetje te zoeken, als je zo kijkt. Alleen maar in die land. Dat is ook heel leuk. Ja, nou, dat is als je niet zo positief wilt zijn, dan komt het ook wel te maken. Je evenementen al die gratis, zonder de steun van al die fantastische vrijwilligers, die zich gewoon niet zeggen, het over de twee zijn en wat we doen. Nou, ik zie dat maar ik denk wel dat het vaak is voor vanavond en jullie en kijk, alles in het oude koel. Nou, even goed zeggen, het ziet er gewoon fantastisch uit.
All right, we're back after that insane race right there. Got the winner of that race number 4, Brian Lake from the United States, coming in for an interview. So just hold on tight. I think we may have a little bit of an update from our race director, but at first I want to get into it with Brian and talk about that last race. Brian, you were, yeah, I think you were pretty much right off the bat, had the lead the whole time. Ricardo was doing pretty well for a while, and some other people were kind of up there, but you kind of chose the right lines. What was going on the course?
You know, it's a really short course, so picking the right line is really important. You know, if you sail too far past the buoy or whatever, you're sailing too much distance. And I just had a pretty clean start. Had to avoid a guy up by the beach here, and that kind of cost me an early lead because I think I was winning pretty good right off the bat. And
What's that?
oh, I don't know, some guy that was just, he fell, he crashed right in front of me. I was like, oh, jeez, watch out. And so then, yeah, I just kept sticking with it. Had a pretty good run downwind and was able to pass everybody downwind. And once I got in front, I stayed in front of the race.
So, but no real hassles on the course, no protest from you, or?
Not for me, except earlier, you know, unfortunately I had a guy run right up the transom of my board, right up the tail, and put his fin right through the back of my board, so I got major damage, and so there's a huge hole in my board, but it's a bummer. You know, I took a lot of water in that race and lost the back of my board and had to take it up and keep sailing, so.
Yeah, well, it didn't seem to really affect you too much, but
figure out if I should fix it overnight or just leave it taped for tomorrow.
you know, sometimes tape can work wonders, and you know, you probably want to fix it eventually. But for those of you guys out there who might not be that familiar with Brian, Brian's coming from a long water sports background. Basically in everything from water skiing and sailboat racing. Can you tell everyone like a little bit about your background, because you've just been in the water doing different sports for so long?
Well, my last name is Lake, and I'm in the water all the time. And ever since I was probably 3 years old, I've been in the water, messing around behind boats or going sailing or surfing. You know, and this whole when kiteboarding came around, I mean, we were all on the same team, Dave. You know, it was about almost 10 years ago, and it's cool to still be giving it a good run. And now I'm finally on the pro tour, and I'm looking forward to some more races.
Well, you've definitely paid your dues. I mean, yeah, just kind of, I don't know, under-recognized, I guess, would be the way to put it. Just over the years, Brian's been an amazing athlete. On the skimboard, geez, on the water skis, he's got some insane videos of him and his brother doing all sorts of shenanigans on the lakes in, was it Wisconsin or Michigan? But definitely a well-deserved position here in Holland, and definitely great to have you on the tour, Brian, and finally to show, you know, the world and the world's best riders, you know, what you have in your bag. But yeah, you've been riding with Adam and Johnny a lot in California, and what's your training regimen?
You know, I just try to get on the water, kite as much as possible, and then when you get to an event here, you kind of take it easy unless there's a race, you know, and then when you're going racing, you're going as hard as you can. When you're not racing, in between events, you've got to go as hard as you can. It's, the whole world's catching up right now, everybody's getting faster. Everybody's almost going the same speed out there, so I mean, winning races and tactical moves, just getting faster.
Is there anyone right now in the race fleet that you're most concerned about?
In this fleet, you know, when the wind gets light, I mean, the first 2 races of this event were really light. You know, I'm one of the bigger guys in the fleet, so obviously the Colombian guy Ricky, he's pretty fast in that light air, and then same with Adam Cook, he's really fast in the light air. But as soon as I get some wind in my sails, I start moving a little better. So yeah.
So what's your plan for the summer? What's your tour schedule like? Are you gonna be doing some more PKRA events? Are you gonna head back over and do the San Francisco stuff, or we're gonna see you on tour?
You know, I did the first PKRA event, and I was really happy with my finish. I got a second in that one, so I won some races in that one against the world champ. So it feels good to win, and definitely with the support of my sponsors, Marina and Kite and everybody, I've been able to make these events, and I'm ready to go.
Good for you. So one more thing, what do you think of Holland? Have you been here before?
It's my first trip, and the water's a little chilly. It's almost like Northern California, so it's kind of feels like a little bit like home, and the people are all really nice and friendly, and it's been a great time. It's really opened my eyes to a different part of Europe that I've never seen before. So.
You want to give a shout out to anyone who might be watching or listening back in the States?
Oh, I just give a shout out to all my friends, family, girlfriend, everybody. Anybody that's helped me get this far. It's greatly appreciated. So.
Well, thanks so much, Brian. It's been a pleasure chatting with you and a pleasure watching you on the race course. And we've got some wind forecasts later in the week, so hopefully we'll get another round of races under our belt, and we'll see where we sit at the end of the event. So, thanks for your time. Looks like you're a little bit tired, and I know you got a beer waiting for you back in the Riders Lounge. So, all right, we'll hook into it.
So, even if you come to an event, you don't do that well if you get a win. I draw skulls on my board when I get a win. So I got 2 skulls going on my board.
Well, hopefully that board's going to be covered in skulls by the end of this tour. But anyways, it's a real pleasure to meet you. Actually, I've known you for a long time, so it was a real pleasure to let some of these people meet you, because you're definitely one of the guys who is a force to be reckoned with. And it's definitely going to be an interesting season, and I look forward to watching how you do. So congratulations on your win today, and good luck tomorrow. Take her easy. All right. Well, there you have it. We are wrapping up for the day. I've got the final word from our race director, Olaf, that we are done with our races for the day. The racers have been released, as well as the freestyle riders, and we are looking forward to, I think at 9 o'clock start tomorrow. So 10 o'clock start tomorrow. So we'll have a skippers meeting at 9 a.m. in the morning, and then get back to some hopefully some action with weather conditions dependent, and then we will go back into some more freestyle or kiteboard racing action. So please join us once again tomorrow. We'll be here until Sunday, and thanks again for tuning in. We really appreciate it, and look forward to having you back with us tomorrow. So again, this is Dave Toberski signing off from day number 4 of the 2012 PKRA O'Neill Kiteboard World Cup here in beautiful Hague, Holland.
plezier vanavond bij Kiteboarding en Kite. Onderin was Arne van hier vanavond voorlichter van de feestdag. Maar anders, dat was een beetje dat is een sorry. Niks nog, nu zie ik vanavond de podcast doen. Ja, allemaal toekomst, wat 3 uur gaan kijken of weer een actie op het water hebben. Vanavond is het heel plezier. We gaan echt de zoom morgenavond. En tot morgen.